First attack. Same Green Protocol. I am Kate. I'm a hobbyist game developer slash VTuber, and we are going to be working on game dev stuff today. I have to buy myself time because I did not actually start.
Headpats incoming.
I got a headpat though. Yeah. Thank you for headpat. I'm feeling blech today. I've had like a headache for like most of the day. Painkillers have kind of taken stuff off of it, but it's still been kind of a pain in the head, you could even say. And also I have like a weird cyst that has appeared like just under my eyebrow and it hurts. And also anytime in which I move my eye, it hurts. So that's been kind of not going well. So I am not feeling super great today, but I really want to get some work done. And
Request for tactical visualizer.
I'll do that in a second. I'm not even on the actual display scene right now because I need to be launching stuff because I haven't launched my stuff, but I will try and get that done. My computer has been recently restarted because Windows is a piece of shit. So I didn't have a lot of stuff. Got you when you move your eyes too much. Oh. Not that kind of, not the ball itself moving around, but I mean like the eyelids and the muscles around the eye is what I mean. If the cyst was close enough to where eyeball movement would hurt it, that's concerning as hell. No, it's kind of just like smack dab in the middle of the brow, so like the swelling is kind of moving close to where the eyelid is. That's probably TMI, but oh well. What was I supposed to look for? Oh, right. Because you wanted me to activate Toby Ghost. Don't tell me you couldn't find any connected trackers. There's a tracker right there. There we go. I think it is working. It's hard to tell when I don't have the display open. I'm gonna have the display open in a sec. Yeah, and I had also just gotten out of the shower, and my hair is being absolutely ungovernable, and it's really getting on my nerves. Okay, I am opening a Unity right now. Actually, while Unity is loading, I might as well flip over to the gameplay scene real quick, because I wanted to try and, I wanted to see if I could squeeze in time to make this meme, but unfortunately I couldn't. If you're wondering what the title of the stream is a reference to, it's this meme. It's this meme. I've seen this a few times before, but it's a reference to this. Okay, yeah, the ghost is working. I wanted to do a thing where it's like, I made a new database, real or JSON, JSON. I wanted to do that, but unfortunately I couldn't squeeze in the time for it. There we go. I don't even know what fucking show this is, and honestly it looks like a show I am really not interested in, so I don't care. I just recognize it as the I made a new thing meme, and that's it. Okay, so I'm still, drinking the coffee and getting there in terms of energy, but I do know I have a general idea of what I want to be doing today. As suggested by the fact that I was making this joke about, wait a minute. Oh no, I was about to say like, hey, wait a minute, I just noticed that the stream chat wasn't working. That's because we were on the chatting scene The shouting scene probably has the thing working. Oh, it's good. Same group protocol. Yeah. That's it's weird. I was mentioning earlier, I have a little bit of a headache, and oh my gosh, I don't care about. I don't want GitHub Go Copilot. How about GitHub Go Fuck Yourself Pilot? And don't fuck yourself pilot, because pilots are cool. Real pilots, not just AI steel bots. Anyways, yeah, as I was saying, minor headache, although I have a feeling that the headache might even go away because it might actually just be like caffeine withdrawal. And also cyst on like my eyebrow that's painful. And hair is also being totally ungovernable after a shower. So I'm having to deal with all of that. Anyways, so point was going to be, let me turn down my volume a bit. There we go. Yeah. It's been like that in general lately, I think. It's also because, like, I kind of want to go for, in the near future, it'd probably be something that I look into when I actually feel like going out and actually talking to my stylist, which I almost always kind of avoid doing unless I really need to go, like, meet someone somewhere or go somewhere. At that point, I'll bother with seeing the stylist, but, like, otherwise I kind of just let my hair do whatever, which is probably bad, but, you know, it's whatever. But I was actually kind of tempted to start trying to go for, like, a twin tail style hairstyle, potentially. It's something I'm considering. It's like... And the thing is that I was considering this long before Bernice happened, by the way. This is not like a, oh wow, she's really going the hyperfixation on gacha game now. No. This is like this is Hatsune Miku syndrome for sure. It's, you know, when instead of brain you have Hatsune Miku. I'm pretty sure it's just Hatsune Miku syndrome is the, like, inciting brainworm that wants me to do twin tails, and I'm going to bite you A squared. I will never admit to that on the channel publicly. But yeah, so to review what we're doing here, for those of you who are kind of new to what we're doing here, we do the KT1632 thing. So this is the overlay application that I use for all of the funny things that happen on the screen, and also the whatchamacallit, the chatbot does it. And see, there we go. Yeah, we get that. Also go here. Thank you, Pets. Yeah, it does all of that. It also does the KT-1632 chatbot. It does all of those actions. It does a bunch of moderation stuff for me, and does a lot of automated things that I can use for that. I think it's an important demonstration. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna just do like a bup, but that works too. Anyways, so, the project for today is we're working further on a new system for it that will be an integrated version of the playlist thing that I usually use for my radio. For a recap, here's how I'm normally doing my background music during streams when I'm not relying on the game for background music. I have a VLC playlist That's fully custom. I'm sorry for the flashbang. I don't think I have a dark theme for VLC, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry. I do need to kind of cut down on that. And in order to actually display the name and artist of the song on stream, I am using Streamling, which is the it's an overlay app that creates a local HTTP file that is then used to display it as a browser source on VLC. And it works all right, but there is one problem. Watch this. Boom, I have crashed it. All I did was right-click on the volume icon. That's the most annoying part of it. There's various other problems that I wish to fix by integrating the playlist system into KT Dash. So another thing is that, like, I have this playlist running on the standby screen. So whenever I go to the bathroom, I'll have to make sure that I turn it on, which recently I've actually forgotten to turn it on a couple of times, I'm pretty sure. And, like, didn't realize it until recently. Because it is pulling directly from the VLC source when I go onto the standby screen. Or specifically, you know, the application audio capture source is on the standby screen. Also, my throat is also angry at me. Trying not to destroy my throat this early into the stream. Yeah, so the only thing is that, like, you know, when I play it on the standby screen, when I do a bathroom break or whatever, I also tend to run a Titan Blades thing. And the thing is that, like, the Titan Blades music can potentially clash with the radio. And so being able to automatically duck the radio whenever Titan Blades is going on would be nice. As well as various other things. I have a hair in my mouth for some reason. Apparently I have somebody in YouTube chat, Standard Green Purple Titan De La Vega. Sorry, I don't really talk with YouTube chat all that much. I forgot to do the thing. That's why I forgot, because I forgot to put the message saying, like, hey, we're on Twitch. Where is my thing? Oh, right, it's in my notepad. Come over here, do that. I'm very sorry, Titan. I do need to pin this, because I forgot to pin this earlier. That would go. But they're asking, how can I code like code and code? I can just only code few lines in another language. I'm not sure if this is like ESL. This is someone who's ESL who has put what they wanted to say through a translator. It did not translate very well. Code like code and code. It's a funny way of saying that. As it stands, the biggest thing to understand with coding language is that it is actually very much a language, and it is really all about telling the processor what you want the processor to do and explaining it in clear terms. And it's very much like writing a book, because, you know, it's very easy for many of your audience to misunderstand what you're trying to say if you're writing like an idiot. You need people to understand everything that they need to understand, type deal. And it's very much about that. And then past that, it is all about just figuring out the syntax and what is capable with each language in order to get everything down. It is very case by case. And I'll say that, you know, I learned coding from a very, very early time, specifically with GameMaker language in, this was GameMaker 7, back in, I want to say 2009, 2010-ish times, possibly earlier. Was when I was learning coding through that, and like GML itself is like it's kind of like spicy Java Python-ish kind of thing. It's almost like JavaScript actually, in like kind of the worst way, but not terribly. It's workable. It's better than JavaScript, but also it feels kind of like JavaScript. It really feels more like Python in a way. I can code in C++ without doing ChatGPT or Stackflow. I can write a lot, but in another language, I get stuck. To be fair, I do remember that C++ is very, while it is class-based, it is still also very, procedural focused, and you do a lot more with pointers and stuff like that, whereas there are a lot of languages. The thing is that like with experience with C++, you should at least be good with C, because it's pretty similar. But if you're having trouble getting into like C# and Java, part of that is because C# and Java are very managed languages, where their memory usage is very managed. They have the garbage collection, and they do a lot of that on its own. You kind of have to work around that, figure around that. And also, they're very focused on class or object-oriented programming, class-based programming, where it's very much about the structure of things rather than the procedure, if that makes sense. So that's definitely part of it. I think that's part of it. But again, I can't really ask much. That is definitely a thing to consider, is that obviously not all languages are going to be the same, but you can still kind of find similarities between each one, and it's just a matter of understanding what kind of paradigm the other language has. So, for example, today we're working on I'm going to be working on the database that's going to be handling the playlist data. That's why I called it playlist data. But specifically, this is going to be a container of all the songs that are going to be within the playlist system. It's going to contain a lot of information, and basically this is all kind of back-end stuff for me to understand how I'm structuring. Thank you very much for the alert, Casebread. How I'm structuring the actual procedures that we're going to be going off of for the actual functionality parts of this. And really, this particular data structure isn't really designed to do anything other than store information. So this isn't exactly a great example of like what to do with C#. This is more or less just an example of kind of what I'm setting up in order to be able to do the other stuff. Do I really need to learn object-oriented programming? Like, it really does depend kind of on like what kind of area you want to go into, but even with more engineering side things, there is still a bit of a push for a lot of object-oriented programming stuff, unfortunately. If you want to get into game development, you kind of do, because object-oriented programming is actually like a hugely beneficial way of understanding. Like, you have things, and these things are supposed to do things, and that is something that benefits from an object-oriented programming approach very well. I have all these robot animatronics, and they not only have information that they're storing, but they also have actions that they're doing. Now, they do also have like components that they hand off this behavior to. There's the entity health component, there's the AI movement component, and then there's the central AI controller component that defines its actual behavior. There are like several elements to that all handle their own functions, but it's very easy to understand, like, this is what this kind of object can do, and this object does those things, and then the rest of the world has to kind of deal with that in that way. So it does kind of depend on what kind of thing you go into. The thing is that C++ can also be object-oriented. It's just like, it's made for a mixture of both, I think. It leans towards procedural because it does have a lot of direct memory control stuff, but it is also kind of built for object-oriented stuff. Especially because, like, it's used, very strongly in Unreal Engine, as well as, the source engine itself, too. But, that is kind of inevitable to figure out. But yeah. And if you're wondering why it's taking me so long, it's because it's the first 30 minutes of stream. I am always going to be very slow in the first 30 minutes of stream because I'm waiting for my coffee to kick in. That's kind of what it is. And I'm also, again, greeting people as they come in, and then kind of re-going over the thing that I want to do today and the strategies I want to go through for it. And then eventually, once I kind of have everything once I have all of my thoughts collected and I can get into the zone, that's when I start actually going potentially fast. As it stands, I've been very burnt out on development recently, so I'm just kind of getting back into it, getting my legs for it again. I'm obviously not working on my main project today. I'm working on the overlay stuff, but it's important stuff for the overlay stuff, and I really wanted to work on it. So, I think that the primary thing I need to be focusing on with playlist data is the song containers. They are going to be classes, and I am going to make them mutable because this is going to be more or less a crappy database that ends up getting, serialized into a JSON, which, again, that's all crappy in and of itself, but it's doable here. Something I actually kind of do want to do. File MD5 hash. I want to store a file MD5 hash. That way I can detect changes to songs. So if I do change, like, potentially the ID3 tags, I might be able to pick that up by comparing the MD5 hash. In fact, I could even make that part of this, where if I want to add new songs to playlist data before, because I do want to have a built-in UI that I can use to just like drag and drop music files into it. I would like to do that. Do you understand object-oriented programming? Spanish. I just can't write it. Understandable. Yeah, I got you on that. It's just like how I can understand Spanish. I'm just not very good at speaking it. That's a thing, because I used to speak Spanish, but I like fell out of practice on it really hard. Because I was not using it for several years of my life. Also, I wasn't really like super fluent in it. I was mostly just like competent enough to have a conversation and get myself out of a paper bag if I needed to. But you know, not like the strongest possible foundation. But I also like grew up around a lot of Spanish-speaking communities that kind of helped out with it. So I can still kind of understand other people speaking Spanish somewhat. But it's just difficult for me to speak it these days. Anyways. The idea here being, what I could theoretically do is if I do want to add, because, right, I was going to talk about the UI. Eventually I want to make it such that I can pop open a UI in, a graphical user interface, I should say, a GUI, in KT Dash, in here, where I can drag and drop files into it, and then it'll handle, you know, parsing the ID3 tags and then adding it to the database, and that can be it. Done and dusted. But until I get that GUI started, I could make it so that the JSON playlist data, I can put in a single song, and because of the way that Unity is going to like default all the fields for it, and to be like, you know, whilst it's loading the database and it sees a new song where all it is just the file name in that object, then it'll be like, oh, the file MD5 hash is null or empty. And then it compares it to the MD5 hash of the file and says, oh, this is different. And at that point I can have it, you know, load it, parse ID3 tags to see what's changed with it type deal. That can be a beneficial thing I can do with that. So those are the main things. So it's the file name, file, MD5 hash, and then I want to put, this is going to be stuff that we glean from the ID3 tags. We want song title, song artist. Actually, we can like simplify this down to title, artist. I will pull in album. The thing is that like there are multiple definitions. I'm gonna need to pull up. Hang on, I have it on my Trello. Wrong one. I listed it on the Trello. To do. Or is it doing? It's doing integrated playlist. I grabbed the ID3 documentation. Frames. This is the one I wanted, and I do need to dark reader this website. I should have dark readered this website when I was doing this earlier. Is it TL is the album movie show title? I wanted to see because there's multiple types of like artist tags that they have. Excuse me. TPE1 lead performer soloist. Band orchestra accompaniment. Is that actually how it is? Because I've seen TPE1 a lot when we were looking at ID3 tags before. There's publisher. Album sort order, performer sort order, title sort order. If TOPE are original artist performers. Apparently all of these are covered in 4.2.2, so let's go look 4.2.2. Involved persons frames. TPE1 is used for the main artist. You know, it's lead artist, lead performer, soloist, performing group. So I've definitely seen, like for example, let me go to my music. Let me go to my music folder. And I'm gonna find a random song, such as, yeah, give me Soul Can't Be Cut. If I go properties on this, Windows properties. So we have contributing artists, Jamie Christopherson. We have album artist. So that one is empty here. The question is, what is Jamie Christopherson listed as? And in order to find that out, I need to grab hex edit again. Which I should probably pin that now. Open file location, because I did not install it. I used a portable version of it. Drag this in. Jamie Christopherson here is under TPE1. So I guess TPE1 is the... Hang on. I want to see something. I'm potentially going to be fucking up this file. If I go ahead and type in platinum into this, hit apply. It did actually update immediately. I'm gonna get rid of that though. Here's the Jamie Christopherson is under TPE1. TPE2 platinum. So, Windows reads TPE2 as album artist. TPE1 is contributing artists. That seems to be the primary one, though. And I'm pretty sure it's also the primary one that VLC reads, which is kind of the important default here. If I pull this up, here's moving like a blossoming lily from Under a Night in Birth. And here it just has artist. It does not have anywhere on here the album artist. That is not something that VLC seems to read. Because I know for sure it's not, you know, Show is the album artist. I think Show is actually just a second pseudonym for Raito. I mean, like, if I go... can I show containing folder? Did that work at all? I think it's actually just in my music folder somewhere. It opened the music folder, but it didn't actually open. It didn't, like, point me to the file, which means I have to go fucking find it somewhere in this mess of files. That has to be, it's moving like a blossom lily. I know all of the, there it is. I was gonna say all of the, oh, hang on. Yeah, no, it's listed differently. In Windows, it's listed as Raito semicolon show with album artist Raito. Hang on, let's take a look at... Let's take a look at this in the hex editor. Here's the TPE2's Raito. Where's the TPE1? Here. Raito /show. Interesting. So the way that Windows stores this is with a slash, and it like interprets the slash as a separate artist. Whoops, I got rid of the thing. It interprets it as a separate artist. Lego properties on this. It interprets it as a separate artist. The specified contributing artist. Which is interesting. Why does Windows do it like that? Why the fuck does Windows do it like that? Really want to know that. Okay, but in general, I think the default is we use TPE1, and therefore I think I'm only really gonna need the one artist field for this object. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna need a secondary artist field, because I think 99% of the time it's gonna be under TPE1. The tags are weird about it, but I think generally speaking, the way that Windows tends to read it is that TPE1 is the main artist and TPE2 is album artist, which tends to be used to help with sorting things. And I don't think anybody actually uses TPE2 the way that the ID3 tags say it should be. Band orchestra accompaniment frame is used for additional information about the performance in the recording. And then I don't think there's ever gonna be a TPE 3 or 4 that we ever actually give a shit about. Or a TOP. I have not seen a TOP. And I'm like, you know, we're gonna default to how Windows treats the MP3 files. Windows seems to treat the MP3 files where TPE1 is the artist. And that's it. So we'll treat it like that. And for some reason, Windows also uses slash to separate artists, even though in the dialogue it uses semicolons instead. Which, you know, whatever. That's definitely gonna be weird. That's something Windows should not be doing, honestly. So yeah, artist album. I think those are the main things I want to worry about. Would duration be useful? Oh, Sanger Protocol, freaking heck, thank you very much for the sub. How goes coding?
Wave, how goes coding?
I'm getting there, as I was saying earlier, headache's actually starting to go down a little bit, so it might have just been a caffeine withdrawal headache. Who knows? I was doing a little bit more research on the ID3 tags, and Windows does something weird where Windows treats a slash in the ID3 tags as like a separation and will replace it with a semicolon and a space in the listing. But, you know, VLC just reads it straight. So we're defaulting to that. Yeah, I was trying to decide, because I know that some files have like multiple artists on them in the ID3 tags, and I wanted to like confirm how that worked. But I think generally speaking, the way it's going to be is almost always going to be the main artist is going to be in TPE1, and TPE2 usually gets used for album artist. For example, certain albums, when it's performed by when there's an album that has multiple performers, this will be set to I forget, 'cause I remember seeing it on like Amazon. Amazon's done it with their MP3s, where they have like multiple performers or something is what they put into TPE2, or several performers, something like that. several artists, multiple artists, some wording involving, you know, different artists is what they put into the album artist field. And the album artist field seems to be TPE too. But we are looking at the spec, and the spec actually lists it as lead artist, lead performer, soloist, performing group, and then band orchestra accompaniment is TPE too. Which is not how Windows uses it, but whatever. We'll go with it. Hold on. My, it's probably just because anytime I'm, like, leaned forward, my, eye tracker seems to be a little bit less accurate, but oh well. I should be not shrimping. I need to be sitting up straight and letting the lumbar support of my office chair actually fucking work. Okay. But how are you, freaking heck? That's what I would like to know. Next thing I want to do. Do I want to do this as an array or do I want to do this as a string? So here's the next thing that I want to do. I'm doing okay. That's good to hear. So, a feature that I would like to have is being able to throw tags at it in a pseudo brew sense, where I could potentially have a a thing where I can specify a mood into my playlist and it will try and prefer songs that have that sort of mood. And I could do that with a tag system. The only question being, do I want to format this in the file as an array of tags, or do I want to format this in the file as one string with like semicolon delimited tags? That's the question. I think in terms of the file can just have it as an array of tags. So we'll do public string. Oops. What the fuck did I do here? An array of strings called tags. We'll just leave it as tags for now. It'll be null or empty at first, and I can fill it in later. I could theoretically add this as part of the GUI, but it doesn't necessarily have to be part of the GUI. It'd probably be easier for me to just put those into the database myself. Other things that I want to do. I think a duration would be useful? Probably not, honestly. So I think that the better way of doing that is when I'm streaming it, I'm gonna get the duration. Is probably the better way of doing that. Oh! Right! Local volume! Public float. Local volume. This is also the other feature that I wanted as part of this. It's actually like an important thing that I wanted to have this, this music player for, or the integrated music media player for, was so that I could locally adjust each song and over time get all of the songs kind of normalized with each other. Because sometimes it'll be like, am I even playing music right now? Or is it between transitions? Or is it just a really quiet song? Or sometimes it'll be like, oh, this song is way too fucking loud because it's sound mapped from a Super Nintendo directly from a Mega Man X game. So it's pretty loud. Although I have my volume turned down, so I'm not actually sure. But it probably is. Or this is a song from Under Night in Birth, and, it's a fighting game, so the music is pretty high energy and loud in the fighting game. So this could be louder than a lot of other songs here. Whereas, I could be playing a song like... Do I have it here? Wait. Well, you know what? I might have avoided adding it because I would have been like, oh, it's this song. But I didn't. I don't have Fathomless Tomb, which is actually kind of a missed opportunity, honestly. I should have had Fathomless Tomb from Deep Rock Galactic because it is actually a really good song. But I do have other Deep Rock Galactic songs. I think Into the Abyss is potentially a good example. Like, unless I am sitting there, like, really paying attention, it's hard for me to tell that it's actually going. I have to, like, wait for a second. I'm like, oh, there's the bass line. There's the Into the Abyss bass line. Ah, that's, okay, we are actually playing a song right now. Type deal. That's kind of part of it. So being able to, like, you know, turn up some of the quieter songs and turn down some of the louder songs over time would help. So that's what local volume is going to be there for. Outside of that, I don't think anything else is super necessary. And yeah, the main thing with the file MD5 hash is we're going to repop the title, artist, and album if we notice that the hash has changed. Because not only would the song be different, being different would cause the MD5 hash to change, but also the ID3 tags, because they're part of the file, would also proc this to repopulate our tags here. But we'll leave local volume and tags alone, because these are things that I'm filling in. These are things that are part of KT dash. And I think outside of that, this song, this data container should be good. Excuse me. I'm thinking also, I've been recently on Archive of Our Own, and I'm thinking of potentially implementing a tag wrangling system, where I can associate tags with each other in case I'm lazy and put kind of the same term but in different wordings on a bunch of songs. I can potentially have that. Or even just have, like, you know, a system where I can have a keyword that can be treated as a wildcard for several different tags. Potentially. But I think that's a little feature creepy, and I think just focusing on this much should be enough for now. I think for now, this should be all I really need. So for now, all I do is public song. I should probably be handling this as an array, or not array, a list specifically. Because we do want to change this later. If we instantiate a playlist data, we'll go ahead and have it immediately. Instantiate the list. But I do also want a non-serialized thing. Or even, you know, I was just thinking. So what I would like to do, if I do want to really go in on making the tag system functional, what I'm obviously going to need is I'm going to need like a dictionary. I need it to kind of remember all the tags that we have. And I had an idea, because I'm going to need to store that somewhere. But you know what I could just do if I want to have several things that are storing lists of songs that are, within a certain whatchamacallit. The funny part is that because these are going to be classes, these are going to be objects that exist, we can have another playlist data instance that is, saved to memory that will just reference each song that matches it. And in theory, that shouldn't take up any extra memory because it's going to be referencing the same object instances, in theory. So this could actually work. I could do that then. In theory, that should be fine to do, as long as we're making sure that it is referencing specifically the initial instance of the song, and we're not just like copying it into a new instance. Which, if we were using structs, then you'd need to go about this a different way. But I'm specifically using classes so that I can have that in-application interface where I'll have a slider to adjust local volume, and maybe I'll also have like a little thing that could pop out to put extra tags in it. So having these two be part of it would be nice. This is like the one benefit of having this very object-oriented implementation of the playlist data storage. Alright, let's go ahead and pin this, and then we have the playlist manager over here. So I think, generally speaking, I'll probably want to have playlist manager hold a reference to this. So, I don't need this to be a Unity serialized field. I will simply do private playlist data lowercase p playlist data. Actually, instead of doing that, you know what I should do? I'm going to make this a public, but I'm going to make it a automatically formatted property. Get private set. This is essentially syntactical sugar. This is syntactical sugar for the following. Let's say I did actually have the private playlist data, the lowercase p playlist data. Let's say I had this, right? But I still want other objects to be able to access this information from Playlist Manager, potentially. I don't have a good reason for it right now, but it could come in handy, and it might actually make it a little bit more functional because I'm probably going to have the UI for it access this object, but there's also a good chance that's going to be decoupled in the other direction, where I might have Playlist Manager tell the UI what to put there, but the UI might still want a reference to that so that it can do stuff such as have a UI where I can adjust the local volume for the file. So if I wanted this to be accessible from the outside, I could have a property such as this. Properties are actually just like, they're spicy functions, really. They're really a set of spicy functions. Specifically, you can have a get and a set. Yeah, say your profile, Phantom. This is basically just like a C# kind of thing. Yeah. And these are just like spicy functions, basically. And basically the idea being that when we call playlist data to get the value of it, we call the get function. In order to do that, we obviously need to return a value. That's why it's giving me a red thing. It says not all code paths return value. So all we actually want to do is return the private variable here is going to be what we do here. And actually, we don't even need private set, because if we want to set something, we can just have this object, which has access to this private variable, and have it set that. But if we really wanted to, we could also have private set and when you do the set value of a property, the value that's getting stored into it is stored in value keyword. So we just do playlist data equals value. That's the expanded version of what we're doing here with the property. But we actually don't need, like, half of this. Because what we can actually do, we can get rid of this and simplify this down to get private set. And that does basically the exact same thing, but with a bit of syntactical sugar, essentially. And also, you can't technically access the private version of this, but, you know, we can access it anyways in the file anyways, because the idea is maybe it's handled like a property. That's what this get private set is doing. And that's how that works. And also, the thing is that this is specifically the reference to the object playlist data. We have an object, an instance of playlist data that's storing a list of songs. So this being private set doesn't necessarily mean that the playlist data is immutable from outside objects. It just means that we can't completely up and replace the object reference that this playlist manager has. That's the main thing that we mean here. And to explain how we're using the property, again, the idea here is that properties essentially, you know, in code behave like variables, but it's actually more like function syntactical sugar. If you're not familiar with the term syntactical sugar is a shorthand way of saying it's functionally the same as another thing, but made to look a little bit nicer within the coding syntax, essentially. Again, this is syntactical sugar, where in terms of compile, this is basically just the get function return audio sources, but on the side of the writing code, it looks a lot nicer. When we access audio sources, it should return this private variable. That's how that works. This is specifically formatted this way because serialized field is a Unity attribute that makes it so that this private variable shows up in the inspector. So when I click on an object and I go find one of my scripts, it will show up in this list of configuration stuff. That's what serialized field does. It's good for kind of, you know, focusing things down. It's very much about focusing things down and really understanding the purpose of an object. When you make an object in C#, you have to have a good idea of what the purpose of that object is. And it should only really have one or two purposes. That's kind of part of, that's a big part of it, is that an object should have a specific purpose, or two, maybe three, but you generally want objects to be focused. And you want things that are accessible within that object to be relevant to things that you actually want other things to access. I don't actually want anything outside of this playlist manager to change the audio sources that it's referenced to. I don't want anything else to change this array whatsoever. Granted, I would also want to make it like a read-only, but I think Unity would bitch at me if I did that, so unfortunately I can't do that. But the idea being, if this was a singular audio source reference, I don't want something else to change the audio source reference that this playlist manager has, because only the playlist manager should be managing its own audio sources. Audio source being a Unity component that's for playing audio, because we're going to need to do that. The reason why it's an array is because in order to do crossfading, I'm unfortunately going to need multiple audio sources, because there is no way of doing that without having an audio source that represents a particular audio clip, because that's just not how the Unity engine works, unfortunately. So that's why we're doing it like that. Other things that I'm going to need to do. I need the playlist manager to have a handle on what its volume is, and I might need a default volume setting somewhere. I don't know where that's going to be. It probably isn't going to be in the playlist data, because I actually do want the playlist data to only have the songs, and we want to reuse this class for tag dictionaries. I'd like to reuse that potentially. I don't really have to, because in the end I could also just have a dictionary where the end object is list of songs, and that would handle just fine. But I don't really want to put anything else in playlist data. And I'd rather the default volume not be a magic number. Magic number being a number that's like hard-coded into the system and isn't really like represented by a constant or a variable or anywhere. I kind of just wrote 0.2 somewhere. I don't really want to do that. So, the thing is that I don't know where I want to particularly put it. We can leave it as a, constant for now. Or at least making it a serialized field private, potentially. So, serialized field private, float, default volume equals 0.3f. The F is important because it denotes this as a float, because C# reads everything as a double by default, when it really shouldn't, because most things that are using C# nowadays expect floats for everything. And really it should be that you specify if it's a double. But hey, it's whatever. We'll have it here. But then I'm also going to have... I might make this a... Might have it a public get set property, which at that point it could just be a public member, but at least then we'll have an automatically generated get and set thing, and it'll give us this little references thing where we can see what is actually writing to the variable. So we can do like public float current, or capital C, current volume. Actually, we're going to call this radio volume. We want to do a get set. This sets it default public on both get and set. I forgot to mention that, the reason that we have it set up like this is that this means that the public get accessor is public, and then the set accessor is private. Again, to explain accessibility scopes, is that the code that exists within Playlist Manager can access anything that's private. If it's not inside of this Playlist Manager, for example, audio bar graph is a separate object. if audio bar graph wants to get default volume, it cannot because it's a private variable. And it can't directly get this audio source's variable here, but it can access it by calling this property, which returns that value. However, that's a one-way street where audio bar graph cannot then replace this array with its own array. That's how scopes work, essentially. Or accessibility scopes. Speaking of accessibility scopes, the boilerplate Unity code always makes these functions without accessibility modifiers, and that's always annoying to us. I'm actually gonna need to go to the bathroom. The coffee has started hitting in the other way, so I have to BRB. Okay. I've completely lost track of where I was. Oh, right. So, the thing is that this is absolutely going to need to go into the loader system. This needs an entry in the loader. Without a doubt. So I need to implement iReport loading. We'll implement interface. Interfaces is a bit of a feature of C#. I don't know if I can fully explain it at the moment. And for now, we're just going to go ahead and do... Actually, I'm going to put these together. I'm going to put our private variables down here. Actually, so is finished loading is going to be a glorified method, therefore putting it down there. These two, I actually want to kind of promote them into variables. So I found out recently that I can do that with interface properties. With an interface property, I can actually just do this. And it fulfills it just fine. So that's cool. This actually fulfills the interface implementation. But then I'm going to have a private bool is initialized, because this is what I tend to use for this. It sets itself to false by default. Is finished loading is simply just going to read is initialized. Which, by the way, this should probably be a capital I instead of a lowercase I. It's just because internally I prefer to refer to as is initialized, but is finished loading is a iReport loading thing. And some things will want to implement this differently than others. For example, the things that actually quote-unquote load by connecting services will instead have this call check if that service is connected. For example, I bet you if I go look at Twitch client, Twitch client's iReport loading. If I go look at, oh, it says is finished loading equals true. Interesting. Ooh, excuse me. I don't know if it's supposed to be doing that. If I go look at Twitch API, Twitch API is not an iReport loading thing. The API helper is an iReport loading thing. Here we do something different, where we check if global emos is not equal null. Whereas for playlist manager, I just want a basic is initialized variable. Because we're basically just going to be doing a bunch of initialization stuff. As it stands, I could probably get rid of start method. We might keep the update method. Okay. So we'll go ahead and have a private void. This is going to be the method for... We'll start with loading the playlist data. This will be the method that we also call on reload if need to. If need be. we're gonna have this handle several things. The first thing we need to do is load the playlist, specifically the playlist data JSON thing. And I actually want to pull, what did we do recently that used that? I'm gonna pull down the OBS Layout Manager and copy a lot of what we did here. I think the one thing that we're gonna need first is I need a constant for the JSON file name. I'm gonna call this playlist file name. We'll just go with playlist.json. Or let's go with radio playlist.json. For now, the only thing we really need to do is pull it down and save it into our playlist data thing here. Now, Unity comes with a very convenient JSON encoder and decoder utility, and we're just going to be using that for the most part. And I'm going to be pulling basically a lot of how OBS Layout Manager handles this. You get the file name by combining it with the data file path, which we have a variable that kind of controls that. It combines it with this path.combine is a a C# thing for platform independent file system stuff. And then yeah, we're gonna be copying most of this, but then it really should not be copy pasting, but we can do this. Do playlist file name. Rename that variable. Oh, we need system.io. We'll put system.io up there. And then kplaylist file name instead of layout file name. And then we'll establish I don't actually think we need this here. Instead we do if file exists, playlist file name. Else we're gonna need to do some stuff. Likely this is going to default to null, and we'll just check if that's null at the end of this. Anyways. We create a new stream reader. We're going to be pulling the text from the file and reading it into JSON utility.fromJSON. This being a Unity engine thing, it's very convenient actually. And we'll actually just go ahead and pull down playlist data. Just send it straight into this variable. And the fun part about from JSON is that it takes a object that is serializable and then just like automatically reads all of these properties as part of the JSON. It reads whatever it can. We don't even have to like mark it any special way other than making sure that the containers themselves are serializable. And that anything that Unity knows how to serialize, such as strings, is going to automatically get pulled from JSON. Apparently you also need to use system. Replace these as part of the debug message. And also make sure we replace this playlist manager. These are all going to my console, and it also plays an error noise if it's missing type deal. In fact, these actually should be logging error. I don't care that much if the OBS layouts don't get loaded, but I do care a little bit more if the playlist doesn't get loaded properly. And then, you know, as long as playlist data is null, we'll just know that the radio should be turned off. That's going to be how we handle that. How do you even write code without even doing Google Experience? I just had the brain for it. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, Titan Della Vega. Also, again, it would be nice if you joined the Twitch side of things. Link is in the description. So do you have the community here? Even though, again, the fucking message log keeps resetting itself. You know what wouldn't? You know what would make it so that the message log isn't resetting itself? If I had the Twitch chat integrated into the overlay, which is eventually... I know it's going to be a nightmare, because I'm going to have to do stuff like integrating emotes, having it pull down BTTV and Franker Faces emotes. I have to figure out how the fuck I'm doing that. Good luck me. So I have no idea what their API looks like. I just know how the Twitch API looks like, and that's how I handle Titan Blades. But in order to do FFC and BTTV and all of those, it's going to be a learning experience. Again, part of it is also just like, sure, I didn't have quote-unquote Google experience, but I still had, like, 12 years of experience in just fucking around and finding out. And also just, you know, looking up guides online. Just, it's mostly just self-training or self-education. Just, like, really good self-education because it's been 12 fucking years. Actually, like, 14, maybe. Again, I'm pretty sure I started coding back in, like, 2010, 2008-ish. Back with Game Maker 7. And then it's just been building and building and building upon my previous experience. And that's kind of how I've done it. And also, you know, contributing to other people's code bases and looking at how other people have done things. Because, like, it's not just how much I've written, but also looking at what other people have written. A lot of me trying to figure out how Jack Schmidt's physics should be handled is looking at the original Quake engine code, as well as the Half-Life 2 source, and kind of figuring out how they did their stuff, breaking it down to the point where I can understand it, and then using that to kind of inform how I should do things. And that's kind of how it is. It really is just a matter of looking at what other people have done before you, breaking it down first and foremost. You need to be able to break down what other people are doing. It's not enough to just copy code from Stack Overflow, but you can still look at Stack Overflow, look at the code that they've written, understand the purpose of it, and use that to build on your own experience. That's the thing. That's like, I use Stack Overflow, but I don't copy code straight from it. I use it to kind of understand the process that I'm looking at, that I'm trying to do. I think that's a big part of it. My sinuses are getting worse again. Ugh. Okay, so once we've read all of this out, we also make sure that when we catch this exception, we'll set... Actually, I kind of don't want to set playlist to null. But yeah, okay, so I think if we do get an exception here where JSON utility.from JSON fails, I think it should save it from trying to save that onto playlist data. I think. I'm pretty sure. Because a try catch will catch as soon as there is an exception, and I think the exception will happen here before it makes it to the assignment. But either way, once we're done with that, we need to make sure if reader is still exists, we want to make sure reader is closed. This is like the one situation in which you are going to need to clean up after yourself. You don't want to keep these files open when you're done using them. So we make sure that the file is closed. And then from here, we are going to want to loop through every single song in there. You're going to want to do two things, actually, even though I think at the moment we're only going to do one. We are going to have to start writing our ID3 parser. I have to remember how to do MD5 hashing. That is a thing I need to make sure I do. Another thing is that I'm actually going to have this load playlist data is going to be this file, but I think when we do our thing to check through, can't do Twitch on work. Understandable. I feel you on that. I'm currently coding along with you. I don't know what's happening on your code. Seems like you're just logging out error. The try don't work, so yeah, zero shit. Understandable, yeah. I mean, you're also probably coming back to in the middle of doing things. I think it'll be... I might actually make it so that I don't have a console command reload on this for now, because reloading the playlist data is going to be kind of complicated. Because once we have the JSON parsed into our playlist data, I'm going to need to go through every single file that's listed in that database. We're going to have to load that file into memory so that we can do an MD5 hash on it, compare it against the previous MD5 hash. If that is different, we want to pull the new ID3 tags down. That's the first thing we would like to do. Another thing that we're going to do, whilst we're doing that, whilst we're looping through every single file that's in the database, I do also want to see if it has tags and archive each of those tags. Archive unique tags, basically. And all of that is going to be a bit expensive. So we definitely want this to be a coroutine that loads as part of the loading progress thing. Which, by the way, I do want to make sure loading progress should be set to -1 by default. The way that loading progress works is that if it is less than 0, it shows the throbber instead of the progress bar. And then if it is above 0, or if it's 0 or above, then it shows an actual progress bar, and it's from 0 to 1. And then the code can determine how it looks. I should probably also set a default loading status that will be loading playlist data. Once again, this is also going to be something that kind of just gets set directly by the system. once we're actually into that, because it's going to be a long and expensive process, I want this to be a coroutine. So, actually going to do this below where load playlist data goes. Private enumerator, which is a Unity coroutine pattern. I'm going to call this, let's go with validate playlist data. At the beginning of this, we're going to go ahead and set our loading status. Just call it reading playlist data. Although, actually, first thing that I want to do, if playlist data is null, we're just going to straight skip this. So let's do our guard clause. If playlist data is null, or playlist data dot songs is null, or playlist data, technically speaking, actually, since songs is there's a thing we can do here, a null coalescing thing. We can't actually, I think we can also do it with playlist data now I think about it, because playlist data is also just a basic class. I'm gonna do a little pro gamer move that's a C# thing, but we can't do it with a model behavior or anything that's a Unity object, because Unity does not like when we do this, because it has a special way it does Unity object references. But when we're using our own object, this playlist data, that's not inherited from anything, we can do the following. Playlist data question mark. This signals that this object may not exist, or it may be a null pointer. And therefore, if it is a null pointer, we want this to default to whatever it normally defaults to. We do playlist data as a null coalescing, songs null coalescing, count is equal to 0. In theory, the way that this should work is that if any of this is null, it should be false. Actually, I might need to triple check on that. Another thing to remember, I don't memorize everything with the coding language that I'm using. What's important to know, what's important to do when you're learning anything or trying to get better at coding, just have the docs open. Just have the docs open on your other monitor or on another tab. And just, if you're ever thinking like, how does XYZ work? Just go open the docs. That's it. That's how you handle things. I want to go look up the null coalescing thing real quick to make sure that it's going to handle the way I want it to. I mean, you just search null coalescing. Am I spelling it wrong? I am. I got it right. No coalescing assignment. This might not be what I'm thinking of. I might be using the wrong term. So I remember seeing, Unity gives me the error of I can't write a null coalescing thing, or null coalescing assignment. But I might be thinking of the wrong... I'm trying to remember how that's actually set up. I believe it should be an expression. No, this isn't it. Where is that? What actually is that called then, I wonder? Because this isn't what I'm using here. I don't think I can do, like, this, because it's searching for title. I mean, I can try doing this. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Let me put this in quotation marks. No. Let's see if I can Google this. C# question mark dot. Why is it not searching for this? It's like ignoring that part of the search entirely. I hate Google sometimes. Question mark before dot. No conditional operator. That's what you need to look for. No conditional. Member access, no conditional operators and expressions. Dot indexer and invocation operators. Here we go. No collision operators. Dot. Question mark dot. Member access, relevant access, operation to its operand. Only if that operating evaluates a non-null. Otherwise returns null. If A evaluates a null, the result of A question mark dot X is null. The question is, if X isn't a nullable type, is it okay to use AI? Nah. If you're using it for something funny, maybe, but generally speaking, nah. It's mostly a stealing tool anyways. Like, I excuse the way Doug uses AI. Very, very hesitantly excuse how Doug uses AI for, you know, things that are very obviously goofy. It plays into the goofiness of AI. But for, like, using AI in a serious context, absolutely not. Not even for, like, character.ai, because that's also kind of just, like, stealing from writers, mostly. And there's a lot of concerns to it, and I don't really feel like going into it right now. I kind of want to focus on... Stuck in my mouse there, I think. Proceeding, which is afterwards. Aha! Okay, I see what we're doing here. Okay, in that case, what we do is we take all of this, and then if null, we specify 0. That's how we'll do that. Okay, that works. That makes a lot of sense. I believe yield break is going to stop this enumerator immediately. This is just the enumerator or Unity coroutine version of return null, where we're just ending it here if there is no playlist data for us to use. In fact, actually, what I'm gonna do is I do want to actually keep this number. I want to keep this number. So we're going to actually do int song count. Equals this number. Where it pulls the songs count, but if any of this is null, instead of return 0. And then here we instead check song count. If song count is equal to 0, you'll break. So first we store the song count because I want to be able to use this value later. Obviously there's always, you know, it's a very small access penalty, but there is always going to be an access penalty to, like, pulling a value from an object. So in order to make it so that we're not having to access that data every single time we need to access it, we stored it into a, you know, method context variable. We pull it here, and then I wanted that here before we do loading stats because I wanted it to be part of this, where I do 0 out of, and I'm actually gonna make this a template string. 0 out of song count. Is that how I normally do these? Hang on, let me go look at Morgie's because I know Morgie's has a progress. Show Morgie redeem. How do we do your thing? Load progress. Does load progress get used? Oh yeah, that's how I do it. Oh, we have like a low progress vector 2 int that we use for this. Interesting. I think it'll be easier to do it the other way. Yeah, we do number space slash space number is how we normally do it, with parentheses around. Good. So we're on the right track with this. We do this. Which I may also... What I'm gonna end up doing is I do need to remove entries from here that are null or invalid. But also what I can do is, real quick, I'm gonna have a non-serialized variable here. Public bool is valid. True by default. I'm going to put it non-serialized so that it just doesn't save to the JSON when we save changes to the file. And then we need to validate it afterwards. At which point, I might actually have a separate variable here that stores all the valid songs so that we can easily skip non-valid songs, potentially. Speaking of which, I do want to shuffle the songs, and in order to do that, I'm going to want a separate thing for it, but we'll handle that in a bit. We do need to put that in the back of our mind, that we do need to set something up to shuffle the songs. And the plan for that is just create a separate list of integers, and then we just shuffle the list of integers. Using the... I always forget the name of the algorithm. I have a fucking command on in KT Dash that makes fun of the one name I gave the algorithm by accident. It's not Yellman Bates. I've called it Yellman Bates in the past, but it's not that. Pretty sure I have it in like a... Hold on. Save. Okay, good. That got that warning. Pretty sure I have it down here. List shuffle extension, here it is. Fisher-Yates, that's the name of the algorithm. I don't know where I got Yellman Bates from, but it's Fisher-Yates algorithm for shuffling. For quick shuffle. So we need to keep that in mind. The way that we are going to handle playlists is that I am just going to have a list of integers, and what we can do is that if I do set up, if I say like, you know, oh, I want songs that are in this mood, when I run the command for that, we'll generate a new list of integers that points to indices in this list, because it's just going to be a you know, single dimensional array basically, and so we just point at entries in this list. In fact, if we want to, we can also make it a non-serialized public int list index -1. And I can set that on the way through validating the playlist data. So that'll be a step that we do here. That way, so you know, when I go to generate a shuffle, all we gotta do is like loop through all the songs, and then hey, does this song have X tag? And if it does have X tag, then add its. So does it have tag within string tags? If it does, which in that case I might want to, instead of making this a string array, I should make this a list of strings instead, because C# has some built-in stuff for lists to have a contains. It has some optimization for checking if a list contains an element. So we'll go off of that. It has some like bucketing stuff, and that should help. A lot of the data containers that come from system.collections will have that. So we'll make sure that that's a list rather than an array. It'll still be serialized the same way by Unity's 2 from JSON, so it'll be fine. So that's the general idea for that. So you set it here. I probably actually also end up having it set inside of... We're probably going to just do a for loop. It could be a for each loop, but I think it'll be faster for us to have it as a basic for loop. At which point we're going to do this. Actually run I in here. So at the beginning of this, we do loading status, reading playlist data. And I was thinking that this might be the point in which we want to run yield return next frame so that it draws this text. But also I might want to have it potentially do that yield return on something else. So maybe not, because I don't want it to have to load anything here. We're not loading anything here because we just want to pull MD5 hashes, and then we'll do a stream reader on the file. I don't know if stream reader fully loads the entire file into memory is the problem. I want to load a limited amount of the file into memory to do the ID3 tags. 99% of the time, the ID3 tag should be at the beginning of the file. I believe even Windows will handle them with the, you know, version 3 specification, where it should be at the beginning. It's version 3, right? Or sorry, version 2. ID3 version 2 is at the beginning of the file. Excuse me. Which I'll have to figure out if that's how Streamreader works or not. I have been using Streamreader kind of just, like, very, lackadaisically. I should probably look it up a little bit more and understand it a bit better. This doesn't quite tell me whether or not, it loads the entire file. Because that is the main concern. I'll go ahead and Google this. C# stream reader memory usage. We use byte buffer dot length of memory between calls. Let me see if there's... Hang on. Let me just Google loads entire file. In theory, it looks like, from what I'm seeing around here, it loads as much into memory as it. Yeah, so I think it should. In theory, this shouldn't load the entire MP3 file. That's the main concern. I don't need it to load the entire MP3 file, I just need it to load the beginning of it where I can grab the ID3 tags. You know, this stuff. We only really need this stuff. Is this all padding? Do we really have padding in this ID3 file, or ID3 tag set? Yeah, we are out some ways, I think. Do we have a second set of ID3 tags? A second set of ID3 tags? So if I go up here, let's check. We have to remember how ID3 tags work. I want to make sure that I have all of that understood properly. Oh, wrong travel. We'll take the 2.3 because this is a little bit more informal and gives us a little bit more information than the 2.4 documentation. Where is it? Yeah, so it goes ID3. And then 0300, that's our version. Then we have flags. Which I believe is 2 bytes. Actually, wait, no, I think that's 1 byte. Because that's 8 bits. Yeah. We have that. And then we have size. 22E. Yeah, okay. That's padding. I do believe that is padding. We have to remember, because the thing is that the way that they do these integers here is really annoying. They have a specific way in which the bytes are handled here, where the first bit is always 0, even though it's essentially, where is it? The tag size is encoded 4 bytes, where the most significant bit, bit 7, is set to 0 in every byte, making a total of 28 bits. It is a 28-bit integer, where every first bit in each byte is set to 0 and skipped. So, converting this from that to a number is kind of a pain in the ass. But the thing is that 99% of the time, it's usually more like 257. And then it'll be 02 and then some number here. But this is 20 and some number there. So they have a bunch of padding here for some reason. I don't know why. And then there's a second set of ID3 tags here. Which is set to version 4. Wait, so there's an ID3 version 3 set and an ID3 version 4 set. I mean, it's technically ID3 version 2.3, 2.4, but you know what I mean. Why are there two sets? Ladies and gentlemen, why are there 2 sets? Let me see the flags again. Really, I think the only real version between the real difference between the versions is the tags. And the thing is that the version 3 tags, the 2.3 tags have no flags. 2.4 tags also has no flags. Why do we have 2 sets of ID3 tags? One of them is a different version. Why? Somebody explain that to me. There is a comment in this one that I didn't see in the other tags. It's enjoy smiley face. What the fuck is this? That comment is not present in the 2.3 tags. Interestingly enough, yeah, the 2.4 tags, the TPE1 is just Raito. Whereas Windows reads Raito Show from the version 2.3 tags. It's also just under 19th Birth OST in the album. There's also... Wait, no, TIT2 is just set to audio track 13? Hang on. TIT2 is the title, right? Title, song name, content description. as it stands, if we go back up here, TIT2 is the moving like a blossoming lily. Which, by the way, interestingly enough, I knew it. I had a feeling I knew what was going on here. This is a. This is a 16-bit UTF-16, but the rest of it is encoded in UTF-8. Granted, I don't think it's supposed to be this period. I think it's supposed to be a song note, because that's how that's stylized over on YouTube. But if I go look up, I know for a fact, if I go grab one of the Mythos tracks, this has the UTF-16 encoding on all of these. The TALB. Is it actually dot after? Wait, in that case, I think this is out of order then. If I switch this around to F481, can I type that in? F481. What's that read as here? That's not quite what I was looking for. Oh well. I'm gonna undo all of that, leave it as it was before. Yeah, putting that as flag character does not make sense. If I do that, it does make sense. So I don't know what is going on with this character then. Unless it's supposed to be big endian. But again, I don't think it's supposed to be this kanji. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a music note. Because that's how her track title is stylized in the original OST. Okay, hitting escape just got rid of that then. I think I actually don't need to set up a separate script file for this. I think I will actually just implement this as static stuff within Playlist Manager. It probably should be a separate script file, but I kind of just... Because, like, there's, like, very limited amount of information I really need from the ID3 tags. I really just need to find 3 things and then skedaddle. For that, generally speaking, the ID3 tags we're looking for are always going to be at the very beginning of the file, so as long as we see ID3 at the beginning of it, then we know we're in the right place. That's going to be the first part that we want to do here. Again, in general, when I was looking at the specifications here, I didn't really care about... Actually, I think I do actually keep 2.4 open, because this actually does have more information. I think I didn't actually care about any of these flags, especially because I haven't seen any of these. And footer also seems to be exclusive to version 2.3. Generally speaking, nothing in the footer is useful to us. Section 3.4. But yeah, it's essentially a thing at the end of the file, but we do not care about something that's at the end of the file. That fucked up my model. Tag size. Stored is that. Text is some of the byte length, the extended header, having and the frames after on synchronization. Wait. Again, generally speaking, I have not seen something that doesn't handle this properly. Footer is present, this equals to total size minus 20 bytes. Otherwise, total size minus 10 bytes. The funky thing is that this is supposed to include all of the frames, but it almost seems like the footer is not intended to have frames. So I think footer is present, this equals to total size minus 20 bytes, otherwise total size minus 10 bytes. And the frames after on synchronization. Out of curiosity, does the Under Night song have a footer? I doubt it. You can actually try doing a Control F. Try Control F from the bottom, and then backwards. 3DI. Okay. This is not. It happens to 3 lowercase di. Case sensitive. There is no 3DI in the entire phone. So there isn't a footer. Generally speaking, I'm not seeing a footer so far. I might actually have a separate file. I think I have a separate file specifically for some convenience functions. ID3 tag utility. I'm gonna put this in a namespace. ID3 tag utilities. But actually, I should probably rename this to rename file. I have to remember how to create like an extension. It's probably going to be all extension methods, actually. Might actually just make this just ID3 tag util, so that it's short and easy to type. And then what I want to do is public static int I believe that this like first bit 0 size thing is used throughout all of the other frames as well. So if I go look at the frame overview, it also uses that system. So I want to use this as like a generic method for this. From ID3 size, specify in a array of bytes. So you have to remember how we're doing this. I think there's a fast way of doing this. I think. In general, besides the weird first bit thing, everything else should still be basically how integers are handled, unsigned integers are handled internally. So I think there's a simple way of doing this. And that is, excuse me. First, we have int value equals the last byte of size, which will be 3. Also, I should also, like, I'm gonna have this throw an exception if this isn't a proper size thing. Which actually, we'll have it throw argument null if this doesn't work. If size.length does not equal exactly 4, throw new, we need system, using system, You do argument exception. I think we want argument exception. String message specified byte array needs to be 4 bytes. But generally speaking, it shouldn't do that. So we start out with int value, we take the 4th byte, which is going to be 3 because it's 0 indexed. We take the 4th byte, just shove it into this integer. It's going to chop off the other digits anyways. Actually, we're going to make this a uint. We'll convert it into an int when we're done. Generally speaking, we know this is going to be 28 bits anyways, so we know that we're not going to need the last bit, but we also need .NET to understand how this unit is going to behave before we pull it out to use for the other thing. So the next thing that we need to do is that I think all we actually need to do is value. We're going to do this in a dumb way. There's probably a way to do this in the for loop, but I want to make sure that I know exactly what we're doing here. We're doing plus equals, where I take size 2, the 3rd element, and then we bit shift it by a specific amount. I believe if we do a bit shift, it should automatically make this a integer or a uint. We take this, we bit shift it to the left 7, I believe. I think that's how we do it. I could triple check by going and looking up if I have a flag thing somewhere. Or just going and looking at it in the thing. Bitwise and shift operators. Left shift operator. That is the direction we wanted. So just left shift operator. Left shift by 7. In fact, we can actually just do this. No, I actually kind of do want this to be ran like this. Oh. I guess as long as we're left shifting, I think this should be fine. Oh, Standard Particle Error Leia, thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, let me get a shout out for Error Leia. What were you working on? Oh, playing Elden Ring. I see. Error Leia, I know, is a fellow game dev VTuber. Y'all should go follow her if you want. I think Error Leia is she. I can't tell because the Raider overlay is not letting the pronoun thing work. Still working on a DLC for Elden Rings. Gotcha. I am working on a playlist thing for my stream overlay app, and part of that is going to require me to parse ID3 tags. So I'm having fun with that integration. Oh boy! Erleia, how familiar are you with ID3 tags? So I can explain to you the insanity I'm about to handle. I think I'm actually just going to go ahead and let it be an integer. plus size 2, bit shift plus 7. Not familiar at all. Cool. Okay. So, fun thing about ID3 tags. So it is just encoded into the beginning of the file. So here's like an example of an ID3 tag. And, you know, ID3 tags, if you're not familiar with what, like, the purpose of it is just to store things like the title, the artist, etc., etc. Sort of familiar with dev, I am far from amazing. Understandable. Yeah, they're basically for storing the, you know, the title, the artist, etc., etc. And, you know, part of it is that this is, of course, obviously encoded in direct strings in either 8-bit ENC or UTF-16, depending on flags set within the header of each of the frames. But in order to tell it, you know, how much of it is an ID3 tag, so that it knows where to, like, skip to find actual MP3 data, it has to say how big the ID3 header is, or how big the ID3 tag information is. So it has a size variable. Now, the funny thing about the size variable is that it is essentially a 4-byte integer, except it skips every 8th bit, because it has to, like, it has to do that in order to avoid certain applications treating it as a, hang on, where's the thing? A 32-bit sync-safe integer. Section 6.2. Let's see if I can... Oh. Interesting. Why did that pull up Unity? That's weird. Is this not actually full screen? It is full screen. How did I manage to pull up Unity that way? That's weird. Let's see if we can find section 6.2. False syncs. There was, I think, the other documentation gave a better explanation as to why it does that. Here we go. The first criterion is met by the simple fact that the MPEG decoding software uses a sync signal embedded in the audio stream to lock onto the audio. Since the ID3V2 tag doesn't contain a valid sync signal, no software will attempt to play the tag. That's part of the reason why the size variable is weird. The size variable is weird to avoid the MPEG decoder assuming that there is data in the tag. But what is the app trying to do? Like, what are the issues it's trying to solve that other apps don't? There's a number of things. Number one, so right now, you might be hearing music, hopefully, unless it is too quiet. Who knows, because it's been all over the place. We'll get to that. I have just a VLC playlist that just plays music as part of my background music. It's a whole playlist that I have set up ahead of time. Now, obviously, one of the things I need to do is to make sure that there's credit on screen, and that's handled using the Streamling Overlay app, which just has like a local HTML file that is updated with the display data, right? But there are multiple issues with this. It works fine enough, but there are multiple issues. Issue number one, boom, I just crashed Streamling, and it no longer works. There it goes. It's off the overlay now. All I did was right-click the fucking sound icon down here. It crashes at the drop of a hat, especially if I'm trying to do anything with audio engineering, which standard grade protocol, I'm K-Tom, a hobbyist game developer / VTuber. So this is like one of my projects, but my main project is a game thing, and I like having good audio engineering and audio design or sound design in the game that I'm making. So it's kind of important for me to be able to use stuff like Audacity, and opening that stuff or modifying certain filter applications in OBS will just cause that to crash for absolutely no reason. That's problem number one. Problem number two is that on my standby screen when I'm on BRB, the way that that's handled is that I do have a an application audio source that pulls directly from VLC, and that's how that handles it. The problem is that I have this cool redeem. I have this cool channel point redeem, and I almost always run this myself whenever I'm taking a bathroom break. Also, I'm sorry. Wait, how long until KT Dash? By the way, once KT Dash, the KT Dash is currently in temporarily removing the followers only mode for this room mode because a trusted raider has raided. So you'll want to make sure that you are followed if you aren't already followed. Actually, no, because this isn't your first time chat. I think you've been here before. Oh yeah, following since January 2022. Okay, yeah, so you're fine. Never mind. Ignore me. Carry on. But I have this cool thing. Let me show this off. Let me go ahead and show this off. I'm going to assume nobody has the channel points to answer my challenge. But I will also give a little bit of time before I try and just answer it myself. Or I could just let it expire and it's going to throw a random emote at it, because that's the new feature of it. But I've got... Oh, you've got to put a emote in there. It refunds it, though. It should refund it. It's okay. You can still do this, and it'll work, because you can interrupt this if you want. It's a cool animation when it gets interrupted. Right. So I'm going to pause my radio manually by hitting the immediate pause button on my keyboard. Yeah, but this is beacon. There we go. Yeah, this is cool. I love the fight a new rival bit. Very happy with how that came out. And there we go. Yeah, it works with any emote, including Twitch Global emotes. And you can do a super attack using exclamation mark TBA if you want to, but I'm not going to do mine because I have unfair advantage as streamer. Although I ended up winning. Sorry. It's alright. Yeah, but you'll notice I had to pause my radio manually in order to do that. And I can't do that when I'm up in the bathroom. So what ends up happening is that the radio music clashes with the Titan Blades music. And I like doing that redeem anytime I get up, so that, you know, when people aren't seeing the ad break I usually play during bathroom breaks, they'll at least see that, and that's super cool. Yeah, in general, that's part of it. Another thing is that, like, these are just loose MP3 files on my system, and the problem with that is that there's a bunch of songs that are, like, really loud, and then a bunch of songs that are really quiet. And, you know, VLC doesn't exactly have a good way of, you know, balancing those out. So one of the things that this is going to do is that I'll have local volume for each of the songs. Yeah, sound equalization. Normalization, basically. Yeah. That's one of the other things. Another thing that I would like to have, and obviously this is going to have, you know, its own integration of showing the current song, title, artist, album, etc. In theory, I wonder if I could also potentially get it to pull. I have to figure out how I can pull album art down. I have a general idea of how it works in the ID3 tag, but in terms of getting it to be read by Unity is going to be another question to that. Because I haven't done, like, you know, having Unity directly read base 64 stuff before. Okay. Where was I at? Brain farting. Kind of dev a JSON project, that's more modding. Feel you on that. I've been wanting to get into Minecraft modding for a bit, but I just haven't gotten the energy to, because I have a lot of other primary projects that need more focus. Yeah. I kind of want to contribute to the Create project, because there's a particular bug in Create I really wish they would fix, and I feel like I have an easy way of fixing it. But I need a little bit more experience with Java and Minecraft modding to know whether or not what I'm thinking of is actually easy. Yeah, another feature I wanted to do was the feature of having like a tag system to where I could be like, you know, I want specific like moods of songs to play, and being able to specify that by just typing in a Twitch command would be nice. And other things like that. That's one of the plans I want to do with this eventually, is having that have a mood tag system. I'm glad you think that's really cool. I'm definitely hoping to be able to get that done at some point. That's definitely one of the base features I want it to have. Although I think the most important features I want... And also, the other feature that I want is cross-fading. I can't do cross-fading with VLC. I can't figure it out. I thought that VLC was able to do cross-fading, but I might just be remembering, like, Winamp. And unfortunately, I can't find Winamp. There's probably an upload of Winamp somewhere, but I haven't bothered with it, and I don't want to risk downloading something suspicious. So, and VLC just does not seem to have support for crossfading. So, implementing crossfading into the playlist manager would be nice. And yeah, just in general, having it integrate into the stream setups, I can have it such that when certain things are happening, certain redeems are going on, it can adjust the volume directly. Even a good idea, something I'm definitely going to want to do, is the general idea of it ducking when something is happening is going to be a generic function with it. And what I want to be able to do is set up a command where I can have it, by default, duck as long as it's not on the BRB screen. Because something I've already implemented into it is that it does integrate with OBS and asks what scene OBS is on, and then when I do a transition, such as this, it needs to sync up with that transition properly, which, by the way, OBS WebSockets, they still haven't fixed the event for that, so it still needs some, what's the word I'm looking for? It needs to deal with some jank on those messages. Mitigate. It has to do some jank mitigation because it's not configured the right way. The event that's supposed to happen when the animation hits the change part doesn't actually fire when the animation hits the change part, or the split part where it actually goes into the next scene. It doesn't fire that properly. It also doesn't tell me what scene it's going to in the message. I have to do a query to find out where we're going. It's very unintuitive, but I've gotten it to function properly. And that's already been fully featured in the system. So one thing I can do is, if I'm, for example, playing Deep Rock Galactic, I want the music of Deep Rock Galactic the application Deep Rock Galactic to be the center point whenever I'm having the stream on the gameplay scene. And then The idea being that if I have to BRB whilst I'm playing DRG, I can, you know, hit the button on my stream deck to go to standby, and then, in theory, the overlay would automatically turn the radio on whilst it's on the BRB screen. That would be a ideal thing. And then, of course, if Titan Blades kicks on whilst on BRB, it'll also duck the music. So that's a general function I wanted to have. So that's something I'll need to make sure I do. But for now, I need to get all of the back-end stuff to it first. For example, getting the ID3 tag utility stuff working. And the way I'm doing that... Again, the thing about size, the size data in the ID3 headers and frames is that it's this 28-bit integer. At the sneeze. The 28-bit integer so that the program doesn't get confused and think that one of these bytes is a sync signal for MPEG. And so therefore we need to write a custom parser for these things. Oh, why did I put a plus there? That's it. That actually should be it. That is actually a lot more functional than I thought it was going to be. That should be it. Oh, return value. Why did I return int? There. So yeah, we specify in a array of bytes. It should be 4 bytes. And then we turn that into an integer so we know the size of the thing we want to put in there. As such, in Playlist Manager, we're going to make sure that we're using ID3 tag utilities. You might be saying, well, Kton, there's already a C# package, like, you know, ID3 sharp or whatever. You could just get that. I have not invented here syndrome, and if it's a thing where I don't really need an entire full integration of ID3 utilities, I really just need to parse a handful of ID3 tags from a file, then I really don't need a whole package to implement on this, especially because this is just like a personal project anyways. So, I think the first thing we are going to need is we need to confirm whether or not this file exists. So, first of all, string file name. Actually, let's establish this outside of the for loop to make garbage collection easier. Actually, I'm gonna need... Wait. Playlist data dot song. Song. Here we do song equals playlist data songs. Index I if song is null, do you want to throw a warning in the console? Probably. Console manager, log warning. I mean, this shouldn't happen, is the thing. This actually really shouldn't happen. I'm gonna do debug.log error instead. Playlist manager, no entry in song list question marks. Continue. We'll just skip to the next thing in here. Alright, do file name. File name will be song.filename. Probably should actually have that as a capital N, but oh well. And the first thing we're gonna need is if file.exists. Also, we're gonna go ahead and do. Actually, no. I think in general, I think I am actually just gonna do yield return new frame. We'll do wait for end of frame. Oh, we'll also want to make sure we do loading progress equals I divided by float song count. We have to make sure that we cast one of these to float so that this is a float division rather than an integer division. So if it's an integer division, it'll always return 0. The loading stats and loading progress is because when the KT- program first loads up, I have like a managed loading system that, you know, loads a bunch of things in a specific process. For example, it has to do, like, you know, it has to communicate with Twitch, it has to connect to the Twitch API stuff, and all of that. And that has to be done at a specific point in the program. Also, it does a lot of, like, external file loading, because, like, you know, there's... I made a lot of things externalized and or, you know, serialized in external things. For example, I have a folder that handles all of the Morgies. Morgie, look at that Morgie. And then look at this Morgie. That's a good Morgie. And then look at that Morgie. That's a good Morgie. I didn't actually manage to do a combo. Oh well. Those are all loaded from an external folder. And so that's part of the loader thing. If file exists, file name. And the first thing you actually want to do is if this doesn't exist. This is where we do console manager log warning. So debug.log is, you know, the Unity specific thing that goes to the Unity console. Whereas console manager.log warning is the console that I can access in the build by hitting semicolon and be able to find out what's going on there. That's kind of important. And log warning and log error will also post a, will make a noise when this happens, so I'll be able to know, like, hey, I should probably check the console, because something important has happened. Here we put file name is missing. Skip thing. Here's where we then say song dot is valid should be set to false. Therefore, anytime in which we encounter this in playlists, we should skip it. And then we continue to skip to the next song in the system. This is very much, you know, we're validating all of the songs in the playlist. The next thing we need to check is that will be it in terms of like checking if song is valid. The only thing we really need to care about is if the file is missing. And really, I should also be setting something up in case it goes missing in the middle of operation, but I don't feel like doing that right now. And also, at some point, I'm gonna want to set set something up to where I can relocate files if they have been moved. But that's gonna be something I do later. This should be the only things in which we need to continue, I think. And again, we only need to access the ID3 tags if A, the tags in the system are empty. Especially, we'll just check title and artist. We won't check album though. And then also we'll check if the MD5 hash lines up with our previous understanding of the MD5 hash. So, the first thing we'll check is the MD5 hash is empty. So basically the way we're going to do this, in fact, we're going to comment this. This is going to be where looks like we need to reload the... Actually, instead we'll do check if. We need to reload the ID3 tags. The first check being if song dot file MD5 hash string dot is null or empty, or white space. Damn it. If we have basically never read this file, or we'll do is null or empty song.artist. Or if the artist we know is empty. The song title can potentially be empty, in which case we'll use the file name without the path for the title, which is kind of the default behavior for most media players anyways. Or we will get the MD5 of the file. I believe there is a convenient function for that in C#, but I might need to find out. go into here, file. System.io.file class. Yeah, provide static methods for creation, copying, deleting. There's not a hash on this. I think there's actually... It might be in a different thing. System.io hashing. None of these are MD5s. I might not use an MD5. Oh, hang on. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'm gonna BRB. Sorry, I was away for a while. I was having a, why do they call it a restroom? I'm fighting for my life in here kind of moment. Am I remembering things incorrectly? C# MD5 hash.
Headpats incoming.
I get headpats from him. Meow. Thank you, headpats, Sammy. System.security.cryptography.md5. Under .security? Photography. Aha. Okay, let's stay in here. I'm gonna see if we can find. I don't care about collision problems because this is just like a sanity check. Not really a sanity check, but like a parity check. We only have a byte array, a stream, or that. I don't think there's a quick way of doing compute hash on a file. I think we have to load in the entire file when we do this. You know what we can do instead? We could just grab the modified time of the file and store that instead. I think instead of doing file MD5 hash, we do last modified. You know, do that. There isn't a quick way of serializing a date time in Unity. And I have a feeling that the I have a feeling the main way of accessing this is going to be through, like, file.modified or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, get last write time. We'll run that. File name. Now, how do we encode or decode this string? This is going to return a date time. I think I already have a generic way of turning that into like an ISO 6308 somewhere around here. Because that's definitely something that the Twitch API has given me. I might be misremembering the ISO for it, though. Go look at this. RFC 3339 is what it is. We have a from Twitch RFC 3339 date time. Do I have like a to RFC 3339? Granted, it's probably we're probably just doing XML convert to date time. I don't think we have a to RFC 3339, so we'll probably actually just end up using these XML convert methods. So what's the default date time to string? It's probably actually like a human readable string, which we probably don't want. But I'll go take a look. I would like to look at the date time struct. String representation, forming conventions of the current culture. Yeah. To 64-bit binary value. What if we just convert it to a fucking integer, to and from an integer? Or even use a base 64. What if I just do base 64? Nah, that's silly. I think I'm just gonna do the RFC 3339. Yeah, let me actually do string modified time. So I can also assign that at the same time. XML convert. And then Alt-Enter using system.xml. I feel like there's probably a better using to use for that. But, oh well. It was there is no from date time. Plus 19 overloads. There's probably a date time overload then. Yeah, date time value. That makes sense. So we do that. There's our modified time. We compare that. Do this. If it does not equal string daytime is obviously. Huh? Did I just do that? I mean, we're just gonna use get last write time local, so I guess we serialize it as local then. Cool. Not satisfied and isn't gonna yell at us. Compare that to song dot last modified. If it is not equal, or if the last modified time is different from what is previously checked. We will reload the ID3 tags. That's gonna be how we do it. And also at the end of this, we need to make sure we set song dot last modified to the new modified time that we found here. Although it might not be set. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just set it here, honestly. That should be cheap enough for us to do on demand. And then hang on to that until later. Do that. That'll handle itself. Cool. And So yeah, it's time for us to pull ID3 tags. Let's figure out how we're going to do that. I think the first thing that we're going to need is we need a stream reader. Actually, I'm going to end up doing a using on this. File name. It's not something we've done before, but... Wait. Am I doing the using correctly? Does it need to be, like, this? There we go. Which this is less consistent with the garbage collection, but we do want to make sure that the file reader is killed completely. Let's make sure it is closed at the end here. Now. The first thing we're going to do is read the first 3 bytes and make sure it's ID3. If not, we're actually just going to straight up skip this and mark it as invalid. Although we need to make sure that we're file reader not closed first. Actually, I might do... Nah, I know how we're gonna do this. You want read block? I need to look at these methods. Read the specified maximum number of characters from the current stream. Writes data to a buffer beginning at the specified index. That's probably what I want. Well, it looks like this also does. It reads a specified maximum of characters from the current stream to a buffer. This is probably what we want then. The thing is that we've also got this. Number of characters that have been read, or 0 at the end of the stream. This also returns number of characters that have been read. That's interesting. It's fine. We'll deal with this. So we get an array of characters. So let's do this. This is gonna be messy. Array of characters. ID3 tag. Equals a new array of free characters. As it stands, I really wish I could just push that straight into a string. Can I, like, make a string from... an array of chars is the question. Yeah, I'll have to do this. It says 4 examples here, but there are no examples. I guess we'll do filereader.read into ID3 tag. In fact, I might try reading all of the header of the ID3 tag. We should actually just read the ID3 tag header entirely, and then start from there. We'll do the first 3 things. So ID3 tag header. Let me grab this one because this one has this nice little thing. Yeah, I think we'll just pull 10 bytes. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we'll pull 10 bytes down. I read into the ID3 header, and then int index. Index should be 0, and then count should be 10. Oh, this is the index of buffer, specifically, is what we're writing. I think if I do new char big clones that I want. Hold on. Let me look at the string constructors. Aha! There is a way for me to do this. I can do start index and length into this. Perfect. Okay. So what I want to do is, wait, first of all, if this reads less than 10 bytes, then we need to continue. Which we're actually going to do a console manager log error. Files corrupt are empty. Song dot is valid. False. Then we do an else. Continue on. It's probably kind of bad I'm nesting if statements here. Because I have no other good way of doing this. I don't want to like break out of this using early. Actually, maybe I can. Maybe if I just do file reader.close here, and then continue, does that break out of the using properly? I'd imagine. Probably. Oh, I need water. I'm gonna BRB again, because I need water. BRB. Okay. I ended up having to go to the bathroom whilst I was out there. So, sorry about the delay. Should have made that a full... whatchamacallit. But actually, what I can do is... if that is less than 10, or... we'll check the ID3 header here. I go new string, take ID3 header, 0, 3, start index 0, length 3. If that does not equal ID 3, then that means the header is corrupt. Or the header is non-existent. We'll just go with corrupt or empty. Once again, I think we just discard the version number. I don't think there's any concern that we're gonna need to, like, 2.2 is obsolete. But in general, I'm not gonna be finding generally speaking, I don't think it's gonna matter. So back here. So I think we're just gonna not read any of these flags. I might need to care about the extended header. Just in case. I think I might not, so I think the extended header probably also, I think that was also in the old ID3v2 thing, the 2.2. Possibly. Or let me triple check that. Second bit. No, it's compression is used. Oh. Interesting. So I might need to keep the version then. In which case we'll do, so when I was looking at this earlier, we have the second byte here. Second byte is its revision number. In this case, this is ID3v2.4.0. All revisions are backwards compatible. Major revisions are not. Software version file 5 or higher. Should simply ignore the whole tag. Okay. So, base version will be ID3 header. It'll be 3, right? It looks like char has a known conversion back to integer. If base version is greater than 4, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Right? Or wait. Yeah, because it's like that. So base version greater than 4. We'll do an error. We're going to be doing basically this. Welcome to the future. LOL. Is valid false, validator close, continue. Yeah, so we've already like file reader.read through all of this, so I don't need to like, I can actually just like get rid of the rest of it. Although I can also, I am going to need to get, I need the right things to put into the from ID resize. In fact, I might actually do a separate version of this. In fact, can I do, like, I have an idea. Int start equals 0. Here, instead of size dot length less, we'll do size dot length less than 4, or size dot length less than start plus 3. Yeah, I think that's it. Or wait, it's 4. It should be less than or equal to. Yeah. And then we do this. Add start plus to all of these. There. So now I can use that. It's always going to be 4 bytes. We know that. Therefore, int header size. So not header size, tag size is going to be id3 tag util from id3 size, and then we take in id3 header. That doesn't. No, it does convert, or maybe it does. We'll see. Start is going to be shit. This is it right here. This is the 10 bytes. Yeah, length A. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's 6. This is flags. This is the start of that, so it should be 6. Okay, yeah, it doesn't like that. Fuck. Is there a way for me to genericize that to something that could be converted from a byte? I feel like I could do like, you know what? I think for now we're just gonna change this to care instead. And in theory, that should work fine. It's just gonna convert it to an integer at this point, where we're doing the plus operator. Yeah, that should work. Not entirely ideal, but it'll be fine. Now, the real question is... how many bytes can we do? Or... no, because... oh yeah, that's more bytes. In theory, we get 2 to the 28th power. Calculator, please. 2 to the 28th power. 2. Why does that not work? Normally I can do... normally I can do Shift 6. We'll do the thing. There we go. I have to be in scientific mode, I guess. Okay, yeah, so we get like 268 megabytes? Okay. Huh. So I was thinking earlier, it's like, you know, oh, if we have a because in theory they encode album art into the ID3 tag, and it's like, I wonder what the maximum size for an album art could be in theory. And I was thinking like, oh, that'd only be like, you know, a couple thousand bytes, because I can only get 28 bits in there, or 4 bytes. And it's like, wait, no, I'm thinking of that wrong. Yeah, we could actually theoretically have a 268 megabyte album art if we really wanted to. Actually, less than that, slightly less than that, but, you know, because we'd still need, like, the actual frame header to say that it's a thing. Also, that wouldn't leave a whole lot of space for the actual ID3 tags, the, you know, title and all that. But, oh well. I take ID3 tag till from ID3 size, we have our tag size. That's how many bytes are going to be in the thing. Go back up to this. Real quick, to do check for extended header. We should probably do that before we immediately assume that the rest of what we're reading here is going to be the frames. So basically, right after that, we go into frames. At which point, we're gonna do int tag progress. And I guess we'll go with 0. Alright. I think next we just read a frame header, right? So the way we're going to do, we do frame ID, 4 bytes for size, and then 2 bytes for flags. Right? That's 2 bytes? Yeah. Because the sharp is the... Not the sharp, but the $sign is bytes. I think the way that we're going to do that is that we're actually specifically just going to read the frame ID and then the tags. Or sorry, the size. We can actually still read the flags, I think. Because size is going to be without flags, right? Size script is saying size of the data in the file frame. Excluding the frame header. Total frame size minus 10 bytes. Which is, this is 10 bytes. 4, 8, 10. So we'll read the flags just in case. But the first thing we do immediately after we read that is, which actually, the first thing we do is, actually, it's specify tag progress in here. Tag progress should be less than tag size. And then we won't increment tag progress here. Actually, no. I think what we're doing here is we need a while loop is what we're looking for. While tag progress is less than tag size. Actually, another thing we want to do is check if the tag size is 0. Less than or equal to 0. just like that.
Headpats incoming.
A Foxgirl Navi, same group call. Yeah. Thank you, Headpats. How are you doing, Foxgirl Navi? Check that. Check. Now that is less than tag size. Yeah, that's how I want it. In theory, this should eventually fail, because we are going to make sure we remember to increment tag progress. Just about to sleep, but you saw you were alive. Do tag progress plus equals 10 right off the rip, just to make sure. We are also going to need I guess we might as well do array of cares. Frame header equals a new array of 10 characters. Thank you for petting. Make sure Robin gets some pets from me too. Okay. So here we make sure we read in in theory, this shouldn't suddenly die, I would think. We'll just make the assumption. Or maybe we'll go ahead and sanity check it. Read this into frame header. If that is less than 10, file ended abruptly while reading beta. Then we'll set song as valid, false, close, continue. Although the question is, oh, that continues the while loop. Shit. How do we push out to that is the question. Let's do this. While tag progress is greater than 0, or sorry, greater than or equal to 0, and tag progress like that. If tag progress is less than 0, we'll do these two things. And we'll do break. Break will break the while loop. And then we'll come out to here where we'll see tag progress is less than 1. We'll set song is valid false. File reader close, continue. Boom. That's how that works. Alright. So if you raid less than that, we'll do that. Next, it's time for us to figure out what tag this is. If it is a tag we want to care about. Actually, first, before we do that, let's get the tag we'll just grab the tag data, basically. That way the file reader will have read through everything. In order to do that, we're gonna need int tag size. Actually, wait. No, needs to be frame size. Is going to be ID3 tag utility from ID3 size, frame header. That starts 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be on frame 4. Or, sorry, byte 4. As opposed to byte 6 over here. Because we'll have ID3 version number tags. That's 6. Cool. Or flags, not tags, flags. So yeah, we'll have our frame size. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think this first one is a flag type thing, potentially. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. It's after, right? This is a 0, 0. Let's go take a look at this again. Frames documentation. We're gonna go look at this real quick. It probably is actually that this text encoding description byte. Frames that allow different types of text encoding contains a text encoding description byte. So if we go look at text information frames, yeah, there's always going to be the first byte is a text encoding. Okay, we'll keep that in mind then. We will keep that in mind. It looks like it's like a 0 when it's the default. So 0, 0. It is a null byte. So, in that case, what we will do is we'll have char frame data equals a new array of chars, which will be frame size in size. Wow. And then if this is a tag we care about, I believe in 99% of situations, because, you know, tit1 is going to be what we'll pull. Actually, it might be tit2. It is tit2. I don't think tit1 is ever actually used. Interestingly enough... Oh, wait, no. I'm just mistaking this for something different. We'll have to find out what that means. That might actually just be part of the size. That's just part of the size. That's 4 bytes. And then we have the flags, which I believe for this it doesn't have anything. Interestingly enough, all text information frame supports multiple strings, stored as a null-separated list, where null is represented by the termination code for the character encoding. Interestingly enough, I've never seen this happen. Because, for example, we learned earlier that, when Windows stores multiple informations in there, it separates them with a slash, which it then reads when you do the properties thing in Explorer, it reads as semicolon space, which, whatever. And then when VLC reads it, it just reads as a slash. I have not seen anything that actually does like a null byte terminated list of strings. I have not seen that, so we're just going to ignore that. We will let Unity decide what to do if they see a null byte in the middle of this. Generally speaking, I think the flags don't do anything. These flags are described in section 4.1. But there are actually things here. This flag tells the tag parser what to do with this frame. If it is unknown, the tag is altered. File excluding the tag is altered. Flag indicates whether or not the string frames. I've also never seen this set. I might need to look into compression if we're gonna import album art, but there's a good chance that compression is not gonna be on any of the tags that we care about. Stay in your Purple Tensei channel. How are you doing? One byte indicating which methods will be added to the frame. It's probably not going to be encrypted. I don't think we need encryption on that. Who needs encryption on ID3 tags? Typo. Literally unusable. Unsynchronized. Unsynchronized. Okay. So, yeah, I think we can discard the flags. I don't think we have to give a shit about the flags. At that point, we'll also do this again. Which, really, I should be doing this in a better way, but oh well. And then instead of 10, this will be frame size. And if that is less than frame size, file's corrupt. And then we break out of the while loop. Now let's find out what type of frame this is. And I think we can actually just straight go across. Switch. On new string. Frame header. Starting from 0, reading 4 bytes. That should be it. That's going to be our identifier thing here. And from there, we'll be able to do all the things that we need to do. We're gonna have a default case where if it's a type of thing we don't give a shit about, then we just skip it, baby. Oh, we do also need, once we read this, we need to go tag progress plus equals frame size to make sure that we're actually incrementing this. Alright, and then we go to our switch to find out if this is a type of tag we care about. Anything else, we do not give a shit about. Honestly, I don't even think we need a default case. If it doesn't find anything, we don't do anything, and this will just get to the end of the while loop anyways. I don't think there's anything that we need to do once we find out what type of tag this is. Other than set the appropriate thing. So the ones that we care about are case... TPE1. TPE1 contributing artist. Should actually do like artist / contributing artist. Let's actually specify these. Just DLC contributing artist win. Let's actually make sure. Go to our frames. Yeah, TPE1 lead artist. So if you look in here, where's Raito at? Oh, Raito's listed under TPE2 actually. Really? Hold on. No, here's TPE1, Raito show. Yeah, so TPE1 is the one that we care about. For this, again, the first byte's going to be the encoding byte. But you have to figure out how we're actually using that. Do the flow on. Yeah, frames that allow different types of text encoding contains a text encoding description byte possible encodings. Is the 00 is the normal ISO 8859-1. If it is 01, it should be a UTF-16. I can actually confirm that if I go look at RTRZ Mythos. So here's a TPE1 tag that's clearly in UTF-16 format. So the first tag of that, or sorry, the first byte of that, FE. Wait. Oh, hold on. The wide care is empty here. What does that mean? What is the FFFE? I think actually, so we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The next byte is the, so this byte right here is the thing here. So it shows that we're in UTF-16. What is this? What's FFFE? Oh, that must be the BOM. The fuck is a BOM again? I feel like I've looked this up recently enough, but I'm gonna check it real quick. 16 BOM. What's a BOM? Byte order mark. Aha! Okay, so yeah, FEFF, 0 with no break space. Appearance as a magic number at the start of text stream can signal several things to the program reading the text. The byte order or endianness of the text stream in the cases of 16-bit and 32-bit encodings. Okay, so that makes sense. That tracks. So the FFFE is telling it that the byte order is little endian, I believe? Yes. And then I'm guessing FEFF is big endian. So the question is... let's go look at the string constructor. When we have an array of Unicode characters... Let's look at the supplemental API remarks for string constructor. So this initializes a new instance of the value indicated by an array of Unicode characters. The problem is, this might not be Unicode. Portion of a Unicode or wide character array by using pointer. Hold on. The array must contain Unicode characters. C++ is a character array must be defined. Use the managed char type. Or the unmanaged wchar_t type. So how do we tell string that the char array? Ah, fuck. You know what it is? The char array is absolutely going to assume that this is a Unicode string. I think that's part of it, is that these chars need to be reconstructed. Okay. I think this is going to be where we make a new ID3 tag utility method. And I'm going to take a page out of the description here. Text information frame to string, something like that. From text info frame. Have a char array data. Which, yeah, because we're basically going to have that. So the first thing that we need to do is so if the encoding byte is 00, we can just return straight up because we already have a array of Unicode characters. So basically, the first thing we do is we might as well do a switch, honestly. We do int conversion of data 0. So case 0, we just straight return new string data start will be index 1, and then length data dot length -1, and that's it. Next is case 1, which is according to you. Copy this. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna do it like this. Where here I copy it.
Tactical repositioning requested.
Send your protocol sent Sinmane. How are you doing?
Reminder to maintain hydration levels. Head pats incoming.
And I get a head pat. Yeah. Thank you for the pat. Oh, I moved my thing over. Whoops. Oh well. Copy this. Paste. Actually, in this case, we already have an array of Unicode characters. Woo! Or woohoo, actually. Here is where we do this. Paste. That did not paste in the way I wanted it to. Oh. What? Wait, can I do, like, if I do this? Nope, still didn't do it. Let me see how this is indented here. It's indented up to that. Alright. In fact, I'm actually just going to move this comment here. Okay. I still need to figure out how we construct a string that is not Unicode. I'm gonna need to figure that out. I'm gonna need to figure that out because there's definitely plenty of files that have ID3 tags that are not encoded in Unicode. I'm gonna pull this up. Actually, so char represents a character as a UTF-16 code unit. So in theory, this is already it. Hold on. Find specified strings. No. Hang on. C# convert UTF-8 to UTF-16. Hold on. C# string is always stored as UTF-16 memory. The read and write file using some non.NET entity to interop those spaces to get the suggested links. I think the main thing is I need to like merge the chars together. Real quick question. Just stupid question. Can I do streamreader.read with a byte array instead of a character array? No, I cannot. Question number 2. Does the read method make an assumption on what the encoding is? That's what I would like to know. String reader dot read coding. I don't think this works the way I want it to. I'm gonna need to do a little bit of a test function. Oh, hang on. I need to do a test function. How do I test this? I'm gonna have a test object somewhere in here. Give me create C# script, debug, fix, string encoding. Let's go with this. We're gonna try some funkiness. First thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna create an array of characters. I wonder if I could also like just specify in specifically the object and test how the ID3 tags gets read, but do something different first. Char array test array 1. And then we're gonna do this. I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna try and copy this in. Can I just do like wait, can I do there's a way to do hex. Right? Nope, that's something different.
And a weapon has no right to think for itself. Now stop it. I'm not a weapon.
Alright, it's 0x, right? There we go. 0xff. Wait. Can't I just do this? There is no constructor that takes an argument for char. Okay, fine. We'll just do this then. 0x ff. I'm gonna duplicate this a bunch. I'm just gonna write mythos, basically. Stick 0xff, 0xf. E, and then 0x4D, Each of these are going to be followed by a 0. In which case we'll want to do this. MYTHOS. Perfect. So the Y is 7, 9. T is 7, 4. H is 6, 8. Zero, 6F. And S is 7, 3. Now, we're going to try. The thing is that it might bug out if we do this. It might even call an exception. Let's find out. Debug.log. New string from test array 1. This will be as if we are reading it straight into that. And in theory, it'll assume that each of these chars are Unicode. As it stands, the chars are supposed to be potentially UTF-16. So this is going to have some interesting effects. Actually, I can go to test scene 2. Not validate on start. Let me see. Socket. There's false. Cool, so I can do that here. We'll throw that in there, debug fixed string encoding, and in theory this should do nothing. I mean, this has an awake. Wait, this is token handler. Yeah, in theory this should not do anything. You know, might or might not. Okay, so do this. Save. Hit play. Ooh, yeah, look at that. It, like, got the M, and because there are null bytes in it, it fucked. It just died. So. Which I think is actually consistent with how system.string constructor works here, where if it encountered a null byte, if the array contains any embedded null characters, string this thing overload is called. The string instance contains length characters including any embedded nulls. Wait. Yeah, but there's no other... There's nothing else there. Right. Let's try to fix this. Let's see if we can potentially fix this, is the question. Now... we have the chars. there like a... Unicode category? Oh, that's all those things. We don't care about that. I don't think that's useful to us. Yeah, like convert to UTF-32. Converts the value of UTF. What does this do? This returns an int32. Okay. Which that's not going to help us, because we're looking at a UTF-16. Do these frames even support UTF-32? These don't even support UTF-32? Interestingly enough, what's the difference between ISO 88591 and UTF-8? That's what I would like to know. In that case, I think if we encounter 03, we can actually probably also have that sent straight across in here. Hey, can somebody explain to me the difference between ISO 8859 and UTF-8? Because I am not seeing any in the context of this code. So you just return that. And that handles case 3. This is Unicode without bomb? What does that mean? Without VOM, 16. Let me like just Google UTF-16BE. Oh, BE, Big Endian. Because the other thing is UTF-16LE, Little Endian. Okay, that's Big Endian. So we just assume that that's Big Endian. Okay, so now we know what that is. Copy. Shift. That. Of course, I broke it again. There. In fact, the way I'm gonna do this is bool endian. Actually, go big endian. It's false. Actually, let's go with true by default. And that way, what we end up doing is we'll actually have this go-to case too. I think that's going to be the way that we do it. I think that's got to be the way we do it. I think that okay, I have an idea of where this is going. I have an idea where this is going. So the BOM will either be FFFE or FEFF. You have to remember which one is which. Here we go. Byte order mark. Which actually I can, if I'm really forgetting which one it is, because apparently it's like, it's dependent on the encoder or decoder what the bomb actually means. So we'll just determine from here. FFFE seems to be little endian, because these are interpreted as little endian. If I switch this to big endian, it becomes fucked up. So that's how I know that. So FFFE is little endian. So we will basically just go off of the last one. We'll just assume that this is the bomb, because this should be an encoded Unicode with bomb. If it's not, then fuck us. We will set big endian to whether or not int conversion of data 1, byte 1, is equal to 0xFE. And that should be it. From there, we will know whether or not big endian is true or false. And then we will try and fix the thing. Figure out what the byte order is. Alright. I need to go to the bathroom again. Wow, it's... Oh, I just realized what time it is. Oh, fuck me. It is late. I did not realize how late it is. I need to end stream. But I'm not done with what I'm doing. But I also need to go to the bathroom. Ugh. You're a bathroom. You're a bathroom. Be right back. let's finish this up real fast. Let's finish this up real fast so I can start wrapping up stream. I just need to kind of get this out of the way. So we know whether or not this is going to be a big endian or little endian. So we need to unfuck these numbers and turn them into... What we can probably do is just make int 16s. I think I know how we're going to do this. I think we're going to know how we're going to do this. We are going to have to do a for loop, I believe. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm also gonna need int, start index equals 1. And then if we have a bomb, then instead we have start index 3. Now it is time for our for loop. And actually, hang on. We'll also want do you want to just like add to a string, or do we want to do an array of chars? I think we do an array of chars. New data, let's call it. Equals a new array of characters. And what we're gonna do is we have a number of bytes, right? It still starts with that encoding thing. Let's say we look at this. So what we'll actually have is, before we have this, we're going to have a 0x01. I'm going to make sure we do that. In this case, we're actually going to get rid of this, because we already know what that outputs. We don't need that. So we know that the final thing is going to be all of this. Which this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 bytes. But MYTHLS, that's 6 bytes. So we half that. We do have, we go in at 3. This is 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 minus 3 is 12. Yes, okay. So we actually do data dot length minus start index. That's our array of characters. Actually, wait, no. We take this and then we divide that by 2. That's our new array of characters. And then we just need to turn those into UTF-16 characters. Because apparently character is inherently UTF-16, but we have, because we're reading things from a stream reader, it's assuming that they're in Unicode. So, we're going to fix that. Actually, we are going to need to do int new chars, where I take this number and put that there instead. Here, do new chars. Cool. Wait, it can handle that? Wait. Oh, no, that's what it is. Or cast is redundant. I guess that does cast that way then. Okay, sure. If you say so. Alright. Even though it doesn't like doing it care to int in other situations, but I guess it's fine doing it there. Whatever. Actually, gonna do like a new line after here, so these are separated out better. Actually, let me see here. Yeah, I guess that's it for that. Alright, so the way we're gonna do this. Yeah, this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. Yeah. I think we've got this. And otherwise, it is big endian start index 1. Is going to be the way that that works. My brain is actually starting to break down, I think. I probably do need a break, but I need to kind of finish out what we're writing here. Also, I think that the end goal is that we do return new string end data. That's how that works. So, in order to get there, what we do is new data index I will be set to we take, hang on. Actually, let's just do int, C. Start with int C, and then, take from data. We start at start index. And then we add I times 2. But then we also do plus if big endian is true, add 0. Otherwise, add 1 to the offset. Wait. No, I'm wrong. It should be add 1, otherwise add 0. Because this stuff is a little endian, so we actually want to take the second byte if it is big endian. Because then what we do is we actually add plus the following number, which will be this, but it'll be the opposite number. So big endian 0, 1. Then bit shift that left by 8. Should be what we need to do there. And we do that. We cast that to a char. Save. Now, what we do is debug log ID3 tag utilities, ID3 tag util from text info frame, test array 1. And let's see if that fixes it. It should catch that it is little endian, because we have that integrated. Mythos! Let's fucking go! It worked! We printed out Mythos. Okay, that's working. Now it is time for me to end stream and take a fucking break. Because I have been at this way too fucking long. Alright, let me go to chatting scene. Let me stop raids. I'm going to try and wrap this up pretty quickly. I don't know if anybody else is around at the moment for us to drop in on someone. I need to close a lot of this stuff. I have way too much shit open. I think I'm done with figuring out how to unfuck a fucked string. So I believe I should be able to close these tabs. Close this tab. There we go. Now I have my X's back. I forgot to close Tumblr. I should have closed Tumblr a long time ago. I think Amy has already come back with the plugs. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been at this way too long. I need to end stream. For those of you new to, those of you tuned in today's stream, thank you very much for tuning in. Whether you're lurking or actively participating, I appreciate you either way. If you're new to stream, say Groovy Protocol. I am K-Ton, hobbyist game developer / VTuber. Obviously, we're working on the thing here. We're also working on a first-person shooter. If you're interested in any of those projects, definitely drop a follow. There's also games that I play every now and then. So if you're interested in any of that, follow. If you're already following, make sure you turn on your notifications. You can show up to the stream multiple times in a row. Not only does Twitch give you bonus channel points for use all the cool interactive channel point redeems that I have built for this stream, you also get bonus XP through the Rapport program, which is a stream XP system that we have here. You get cool perks for leveling up all the way. So for more information about that, you can check out the Google document link that's been linked in chat. While you're there, don't forget to join the Discord, where not only do I post when my streams go live, but also share progress made on projects off stream. Both those things I also do on Tumblr, so you can also follow me there if you'd rather do that. If you wish to support me monetarily, best way to do so is to tip me on the Ko-fi, which also gets you bonus access to the prototype vertical slice version of Jack Schmidt. So if you want to play around with that, see what the movement is like, you can drop a couple dollars on there. If you're not familiar with Ko-fi, it is like Patreon, but better. So that's the better way of supporting me. Yeah, so weekly schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and sometimes Friday. Wednesdays and Thursdays are my game development days, and so we're going to be doing more game development tomorrow, even though I might be trying to wrap up what I was doing here tonight, although I really should take a break for sure, and I potentially want to be going and hanging out with a friend at some time tonight, or I might make that another day. Who knows? I'll see how I feel after I take a break, because I do need to make sure I take a break. At least a break. And then, so, If I do a stream on Friday, it's probably going to be auction not included. But that'll be, you know, like a reward for me getting stuff done this week type deal. Saturday is going to be more Catgirlcraft, the Minecraft modded SMP. If you're familiar with Create and you're interested in that, you can drop in on that. And then Monday is probably going to be potentially more Deep Rock Galactic. Depending on what other friends are like, and also depending on whether or not I actually play auction not included this Friday. That's gonna be it. Raid message and who to raid. I think we're gonna do default raid message because I am already running very late and need to go the fuck to, not to sleep, but you know what I mean. Taking a break. So I'm gonna do raid sub. Y'all know the drill with unlocking the emote using channel points. I'm sure. So that is it. And then who are we gonna drop in on? Let's see. Filtered following. Low to high. Is there anybody else doing game dev? Woolwich Oz. Monster Car, State Machine, and Navigation. Anybody else on software game dev? Ooh, Abby the Lesbiab! I haven't seen this person in a long time. Should probably drop in on that person. There is also Lane BT, but I haven't seen Abby the Lesbiab in a long time. I vaguely recall this person being very comfy. You absolutely drop in on this person. Alright. With that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. Hope to see you guys next time then on. Until then, this is Keaton, over and out.